grab a table, grab a seat at the front of the room. We need our tables to be full for the process that we're going to go through today. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes, so please come in, grab a cup of coffee, grab a cup of tea, come to the front, have a seat. Good morning, everyone. If you're just joining us, please come to the front. And folks at tables, please make sure that you're filling the tables up. So these grouping of tables over here, we're gonna make you get up and move. So either all join one table now, but make sure you're filling all the tables up. We need our tables to be full for the process that we're gonna be running today. And again, we'll get started in just a few minutes. My name is Morgan Gillespie. I'm the Executive Director of the Food and Land Use Coalition, and we are here today to facilitate a dialogue with you all. You guys ready to listen? Oh, I can hear the quiet. Again, my name is Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of the Food and Land Use Coalition. We're seeming to experience some technical problems. Is everything okay? Gonna pause just 1 minute, folks. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the room. We're going to try this again. There's nothing like a little bit of an excitement on a Sunday morning before you start a dialogue. Don't worry, we are not burning down. There is nothing on fire. There is a bit of a technical snafu. Please take your seats. All right, guys, if I can have silence, please. We're going to get going now. Now again, for the third time, my name is Morgan. I am going to skillfully guide you through a dialogue today about Regen10, which is an exciting new global collaborative farmer-centric initiative that's trying to understand a really big hypothetical question, and is that if we can shift agricultural production to 50% by 2050. Now, before I tell you anything more about it, I want to welcome Ariana to the stage, who is going to give you a little bit of context about our aims and objectives today. Ariana, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. So we had our little fun at the beginning. Everything was planned, clearly. Welcome to each and every one of you to this first day of the WFO annual meeting. We are starting this journey in South Africa, and I would like to thank our hosts for making this possible, with the most important thing that a farmers' organization can do, which is to consult our members, to ask our members and all the farmers, and thanks to our guests from many farmers' organizations from all over the world, we're going to start this journey throughout the annual meeting by asking each one of you, how you feel about one of the most pressing challenges that we do have. As you could see from the materials you have already in your WFO bags, all our General Assembly is based on this idea that as farmers, we are playing a key role in generating a positive impact on the world that surrounds us, on environment, on nature. And the challenge has been seized within Regen10 to prove that it's possible to transition 50% of food systems towards a regenerative approach. But please, be reassured. The reason why WFO took on this challenge is far from simply being excited about regenerative. Can I say something? I hope Morgan won't be upset about it. All of the opposite. 2 years ago, when we started conversation about this potential challenge, this potential initiative, The way WFO entered this conversation and the way I hope this consultation will take place today was all about, well, but what does regenerative mean, if it does mean anything? And many of our members, we know, are very skeptical about even the word regenerative, because some associate regenerative with not being productive. Or some others have also said that don't trust the word regenerative because they think that regenerative might be a greenwashing approach. So as you see, we have no boundaries today. We want to really try to listen and learn from the stories. But we are all sure that we have to generate a positive impact on nature. And this is what we mean by regenerative. So it's all in your hands. Be the amazing farmers you always are. Be transparent, be provocative, and let's have fun in these tables. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ariana. Now, as Ariana said, you guys are here, dare I say it, to work. We want to hear from you, we want to learn from you, we want to capture your lived experiences, because without you, we will not be a success. So I'm going to take a few moments, if we could get the slides back up, to give you a sense of the objectives for today, and also how we're going to run the next 4 hours. And we are, I promise you, going to finish at 1 o'clock, so you have your lunch before you go into your afternoon session. Now, what do we want to do today? We want to create a safe space. Sometimes people think that's a funny way of framing this, but as Ariana said, this is an opportunity for you to speak freely, for you to speak honestly, for you to speak candidly about your lived experience. We want you to share what you've learned. We need to learn from you from the ground up. We want to take what you share with us today and bring that with us into the heart of Regen10. We want to use it to inform our work, to make sure that we're standing true to the principles of farmer-centricity, but also to deep inclusion. And we also want to create an opportunity for you all to reflect. It's a very, very busy world in which we live. We've all flown here, I'm sure, from many miles away. How often do we get to sit with peers, with colleagues, and really think and reflect about the world that we want to live in, the world we want to create for our future? And maybe we might make some new friends. I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to meet you all. Now, what are the outcomes? What do I want you to leave the room with at the end of today? 4 hours is a big chunk of time, right? I want you to leave with something. We're going to try to develop a common language today, a shared understanding as to what regenerative food systems might mean. As Ariana says, there's a lot of different perspectives. Is it greenwashing, or is it a philosophy? We want to get a sense as to what might be the key blockers, what might be holding us back, what mind shifts might need to take place if we really are to transition this world into something that works for people, that works for planet, that works for nature. And specifically, we want to get your insights as to how a common outcomes-based framework, and you'll hear that term a lot today, I will explain it, but a common outcomes-based framework might be most effective. Okay, so those are the objectives, these are the outcomes. So how are we going to get you there? Well, first and most importantly, I will introduce Regen10. Not very deeply, but you'll get a few minutes on it. You will then hear from a panel of your peers, of farmers, as to their thoughts about regenerative food systems. And then we're going to put you to work. So you've heard me say over and over again, we need everyone at these tables. We are going to have 3 inquiries today, table discussions. Each one of your table has a facilitator and a moderator that will be capturing your insights. But the 3 inquiries today, the first is going to be really broad. What do you think regeneration means? What does regenerative food system mean to you? What holds us back personally, individually? And what holds us back as a community, as a collective? And as I said, what are some of the benefits and potentially some of the challenges of a potential outcomes-based regenerative framework? Now, you will get something out of this. We will be feeding back to you throughout the day what the tables have been discussing. There will also be kind of a report that you'll get at the end of in like probably a few weeks' time. But importantly, we will leave you today with a clear sense as to the next steps, how you can impart on this journey with us. You're also going to get some breaks, right? Everyone needs some breaks. You'll get tea, coffee breaks. We'll have comfort breaks. But I will ask you all to keep to time, okay? Now, folks, if you've just joined us, find a seat. There's a Francophone table at the front if you'd like French translation. Otherwise, fill the gaps. Now, to get us going, you might be asking yourselves, what the heck is this Regen10? Hopefully, this isn't the first time you've heard of it. It was actually introduced for the first time at COP26 a few years ago now. But Regen10, as I said, is seeking to ask and answer a really central question. What would it take over this decade, so over the next 10 years, for 50% of the world's food to be produced in a way that benefits people? And by people, we mean farmers, but by people, we also mean us. We eat the food, right? That benefits nature, and that also benefits climate. Regen10 is a global, collaborative endeavor that is really trying to answer this question. And right now, it's a hypothetical question. We don't even know if we can do it. We think we can. You guys need to tell us if it's possible. What is this platform, this global collaborative platform, trying to do, and how is it trying to do it? We have 3 overarching goals. Firstly, we are trying to align around a regenerative, outcomes-based framework. We're aligning stakeholders, farmers, indigenous people, businesses, financial institutions, policymakers, through a deeply consultative process around what we hope will be a holistic outcomes framework and a core set of metric. Now, what is an outcomes-based framework? And what is the difference between an outcomes-based framework and one that's farmer-centric? Please, Chatham House rules, don't quote me for saying this. I would posit that OP2B framework is not a farmer-centric framework. It's a framework built by corporates that enables corporates to report against. Yes? Yes. In the UK, the Sustainable Food Trust has developed the Global Farm Metric tool. I would posit that that is a farmer-centric framework developed by farmers on behalf of farmers in collaboration with farmers, deeply understanding the data and the information that farmers need. And what we're trying to do through the Regen10 platform is to align around a regenerative, outcomes-based framework with deep farmer centricity, an inclusive and evidence-based approach. So that's piece 1. Piece 2, there's a lot of amazing work that's already taking place at landscapes around the world. We know that. I call it sort of like the chicken pox approach. There's lots of little pockets of amazing work, and what we're trying to do is to build those little pockets of amazing work into a patchwork, a global patchwork where everything is moving forward. So the second piece we're trying to do here is to learn from landscapes, drawing experience and knowledge to accelerate landscape-level transitions in a way, as I said, that's evidence-based, needs to be based off of evidence, but that's also farmer-centric and inclusive. Now, the third thing we want to do, and it's a bit of a tricky one, right? How do you change the world? You have to build movement. You have to build momentum. We need everyone to play their part in the system. And so what the Regen10 platform is trying to do is to build a global momentum to drive this positive change. We want to elevate, but also support a very broad range of initiatives to identify how policy, how business, how finance, and how research can best support regenerative approaches, and again, regenerative in a very broad sense of the word. We don't want to duplicate, but we want to elevate and amplify the incredible work that's already taking place. So who are Regen10 today? The core sort of founding partners, the World Farmers Organization, of course, with great thanks to Ariana and her team of support. Meridian Institute, the Food and Land Use Coalition, where I'm based, of which WFO is a core partner. The World Business Council for Sustainable WBCSD, my goodness, for Sustainable Development, who acts as our private sector outreach arm in the same way that WFO is facilitating our engagement with the farmer community. WBCSD does the same for our businesses. the Sustainable Food Trust, who has already developed a global farm metric, and we're working with them to understand how we can learn from that UK-based farmer-centric metric and tool and expand upon it to something that might be applicable globally. IUCN, who's leading our reach out to Indigenous peoples, Systemic, who is another partner within the Food and Land Use Coalition. And in addition to that, we are supported by core founders, the Rockefeller Foundation and IKEA Foundation. Now, Regen10 right now, these are the core partners, but we want this to be a network of networks. So we are inviting other partners, other participants to join us. If you're interested in learning more, if you're interested in continuing this conversation, please speak to the note taker on your table, let them know, and we will bring you into the conversation, into the dialogues that we're going to continue to have. Now, finally, our approach, and again, I'll say this over and over again, we are driven, and with great thanks to WFO for pushing this and really putting it at the heart, the core of what I do. I quite often have Ariana sitting in my shoulder, whispering in my ear when I do our engagements. But the purpose of this is that we are focusing on farmer centricity. This is about putting the farmers first. Secondly, it is about deep inclusion. It is about hearing from everyone, recognizing everyone, understanding that every single person has a role to play if we are to change the world for the better. And importantly, it's also evidence-based. We want to facilitate a way to share the growing, burgeoning evidence that you guys have in your hands and elevate that for others. All right, so you now know the objectives. Why are we here? The outcomes, what are you going to leave the room with today? The agenda, how we're going to get you there, and you've had a very brief introduction on Regen10 as a platform. It is with great, great pleasure that I am now delighted to introduce our panelists to the stage, who are going to kick off our conversation about a learned experience. What are the core ideas that they feel underpin a regenerative food system? So may I please invite Ms. Josephine Francis from the Network of Farmers and Producers Organization in West Africa. Come up to the stage, please. Mr. Sak Sota from the Cambodian Farmer Federation Associate of Agricultural Producers. Ms. Tashmina Lee, if she is here. Yes, who's the president of the Jamaica Network of Rural Farmer Producers. Mr. Enrico Parisi, young farmer, please join us. Miss Kate Milleen, who I met earlier today, who's sitting up here, who's the former president of FFNZ and the WFO vice president, the Federated Farmers of New Zealand. And finally, Ishmael, where are you? Mr. Ishmael Sunga, the CEO, the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions, SACAU, and also one of our prized FOLU ambassadors. Thank you all so much for your time and for your participation today. Now, each of our panelists only has a couple of minutes to talk, and we're going to hopefully have a bit of a dialogue. But the primary question we're seeking to hear from them today, based off of your experience, and we have an incredible representation here, what are the core ideas that underpin regenerative food systems for you? And Josephine, if you could kick us off.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Josephine Francis from Liberia. I'm the president of Farmers Union Network and the vice president of the West Africa Farmers Organization. This is a very interesting conversation for us all this morning, talking about how we can regenerate, the regeneration of agriculture. In my country, I'll share in Africa, as a matter of fact, in West Africa, I will share my experience with the farmers. This regenerative ideas that we are talking about today started generations ago in Africa, where farmers will intercrop their produce on the farm. And just recently, we also started talking about agroecology. And in Abidjan 2 days ago, we were talking about agroforestry, how to keep our soil healthy and how to intercrop. In Liberia, we have, for the first time, women started their own cocoa farms. And normally, starting a cocoa farm, they will have one location for the cocoa farm and then create another location for production of vegetables and other crops. But agroforestry have really helped them, and it helped to restore the soil and reduce erosion. So regenerative idea is very important for agriculture, and farmers of Africa have started the practice, but we want to know, will we have a very good market? Will we have sustainable agriculture? Will we be welcome in the international market? Will it be able to feed? Because the argument is, it's all natural compost that we have to secure. But how can we bring the capacity, to build the capacity of the indigenous farmers to understand? And I think we should incorporate all of this to have a farmer trained school to transfer the knowledge, build capacity, include civil society, to bring awareness to everyone. Everybody have to be involved. Strengthen policy and revisit our forest and make sure that land degradation is secure, because it will affect the agricultural sector if we want to get into this by 2050. The population will increase by 2050. Will we be ready to feed the world? We better be ready to feed the world. And I think farmers should play a very important role. We should be part of that conversation. We should not be left out, because we are the producers, and we'll be ready to build the agricultural sector and make sure that everybody have a strong value chain, and Africa should not be left out of the decision when it comes to this conversation we're starting today. Thank you.
Excellent, Josephine. Thank you so much. And I love the themes that Josephine has already pulled apart, this tension between yield and productivity and regeneration. That's something we really want to grapple with, but also the question about national sovereignty, the ability to build and develop local agricultural productive systems. Let's go now to Mr. Sota. If you want to grab a microphone. And same question to you. What are the core ideas for you about regenerative food systems?
Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity for me. My name is Sotas. I am one of the board members to represent Asia here, and also founders and managing director of the Farmer Federation in my country. So this topic is very important. Regenerative food systems is key and in the hot topics that we discuss a lot in our region as well. And I am proud to be here to talk on these topics. I think the movement right now, there's two main movements within agriculture. One is agroecological practice, and other is a green revolutions, that we need to tackle the issue of sustainable food system in the future. I think for this, we have to think on how to produce more with less to meet the next 2030s. So to do so, I think we need to collaborate with the stakeholders. For example, the researchers is the key peoples or the banks of knowledge that can help farmers. We cannot produce more with less without working in collaboration with the scientists. And second point, for me, is education. You know, the capacity buildings for farmers, especially farmers, leaders, farmers, and also young farmers, women farmers, especially, to have a better education. You know, education is key to unlock the barriers, all the barriers at the community levels, and to access to sustainable food in the future. So to me, provide capacity buildings or vocational training in a short course for farmers is not enough. We need to build a higher education for them so that they have the foundations of knowledge and they can talk with the policymaker at the higher levels. If they do not have sufficient knowledge, how can they talk to the policymakers? Some cultures in my regions, people are shy. Even myself here, I come here, I am also shy. Sometimes I cannot speak out. And I learn a lot from all of you here in talking, in the coffee session as well. And third point, I think to ensure that we need a market structure, strong market structure from farm to consumers. If we do not have a strong market structure from farm to consumers, it's difficult, to connect and to reach the sustainable food system, or as well as to the generations. So we experienced enough recently in the COVID period, and also the climate change, and currently the war in Ukraine. We have a lot of problems. So through this experience, we understand ourselves that we lack the capacity to engage between producer and consumers in this period. And other point, I think it is time to think a new thinking ways and to change our mindset to ensure that agriculture is a business and to profit farmers. If we cannot profit farmers, it's not easy, to lobby, especially young farmers, to work in agriculture, because they go out, to work in the city to get quick money and bigger money compared to agriculture. Honestly, I work with farmers. I'm also born at the farms, the village where farmer lives. So I know clearly about this, and I also serve farmers. So we have a lot of problems, but to me, I think farmers need to get access to waters. You cannot do farming without waters. And secondly, we should have capacity to get access to capitals. Because without capital, how can you expand your farm? How can you improve your production? And then after that, technologies. Digitalizations help a lot to farmers, but we need to build their capacity as well, how to use technologies. Sometimes technology is modern, but farmers are not modern in knowledge, so that we need to build a capacity on that. And another point is very important for me, even though we have everything, but we do not have policy to support, I think nothing will work. So we need also policy to support farmers. And lastly, I think everyone, to me, to ensure that everyone is a regenerative food system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sota. And great to starting to hear some themes, right? Education. Josephine mentioned a farmers training school. Mr. Soto also mentioned education, but interesting education also to enable for greater policy advocacy at the national and I'm sure international levels to ensure we have the policy frames that support farmers. And I thought a really interesting link to research. I want to come back on this. Now, Enrico, you young farmers, well, I'm just going down the line. You prefer? Yeah? No? Let's go. I was just going to go down the line. Also, young farmers are mentioned a few times. Michelle, let's go to you next.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to be contributing to this panel. But when we hear about regenerative agriculture, it might sound like a big word, but this has been a practice of rural women since the beginning of time. Regenerative agriculture in my opinion, is a type of farming that focuses on the health and sustainability of the ecosystem, including the soil, plants, animal, and people in the process. It restores and enhances the natural process that occur within an ecosystem. It is a contrast to conventional agriculture, which rely heavily on chemical, fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides to maintain crop yield. As regenerative agriculture emphasizes on natural method of soil management, such as composting to improve soil health and fertility. Some key principles of regenerative agriculture include plant diversity, animal integration, rotation of crops, cover crop, agroforestry, reduced use of synthetic inputs. However, we need to build our farmers' capacity to all of these things. As I mentioned before, these are nothing new. The words might be new and they might sound very convoluted, but we need to also bridge the experience from our farmers. They are the ones who have tried and erred, and they are the ones who know the soil, and combine it with our scientists and come up with solutions. I'll brief now, so I'll stop for now so others can make their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go now to Enrico, who's our young farmer representative.
Yeah.
Love to hear your perspectives.
Well, it's very difficult in this moment. Okay, first of all, thanks for your word. Thanks also for your word. Thanks for your invitation at World Farmers Organization, because I think that after COVID-19, it's very important to restart to talk with people in person. It's very difficult as question of regenerative food system, because I think that the problem is the philosophy approach. For example, I'm a young farmer. I come from south of Italy, and I use in my olive grove 2 probes to analyze to check the temperature. And also with the 1 satellite, I can control all the mass leaf during the growing cycle growing of the life of the olive tree. So I can predict with an range of 7-10 days all fungal disease and other kind of disease. So I can resolve my problem of the waste management of the water. And also with the cover cropping of the grass, I can maintain the fertility of the soil. But finally, the problem is to talk about regenerative agriculture or regenerative food system are 2 different things. Because I think that in the light of what we lived with COVID-19, we understood that we are not invisible, guys. Nature is based at the first place of our life. But we have a bridge, the unique bridge between the food system and the civil society is represented by agriculture. So, for me the question is, what is the meaning of food? Food is a diplomatic element. Through the production of food, we can protect and safeguard our tradition, water, our family dimension, but also we can use the food for the renewal generation. So probably, I think, based on my experience, that we have to hand over a new business model in generally for the next generation, but it's based on cooperation without geographical distinction, competencies, professionality, transparency. But according to me, we have to decide if we want to fight this kind of battle all together or alone, under 1 flag. So the point is how we can do work better together with competencies to produce not food, but at first place a peaceful transformation. So according to me, to go in the conclusion, we are producing also now the basis for the future. But I became angry when people say me, you are very good, you have your speech, your work is perfect, you come back in Saudi, it's very nice, the future is yours. No, stop. We represent the present. The young farmers represent the present. So, I think that we have to be the change that we want to see in the world, as said Mahatma Gandhi. And this is a very good appointment to rebuild this common spirit, to work all together for the new regenerative food system. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Enrico. And such a provocative question, one that I've grappled with quite often. Regenerative production versus a regenerative food system. How far up the value chain are we going? Farmers grow crops, which ultimately quite often get sent to traders and processes which get turned into food. I would sometimes question if it is actually translated into food, right? So how far up the system do we want to push this global movement? And that's why Regen10 is about building a global movement towards regeneration in that deeply broad sense of the word. Katie, apologies. Let's come to you now from New Zealand.
Okay, thank you, Morgan, and thanks everybody for the opportunity and this particular panel. I think it's very exciting to have people up here discussing this and understanding the diversity of views and the diversity of approaches that every country is taking towards this. New Zealand, we feel for a long time we've also practiced a lot of the core principles around regenerative farming, especially in our pastoral systems with rotational grazing. New Zealand invented the electric fence many, many years ago, and that's been an integral tool for us to control our animals grazing and let the pasture recover and have the best pasture for animals that we can have at any time. We're continuing to move on, looking into lower tillage on farms, what are the different plant species you can use, and adding biodiversity into our systems where we can. But one thing we are really strong on in New Zealand is science and evidence. And when all the talking of regenerative farming came along, after we got over being offended that people couldn't see we were already doing some sort of a hybrid of it, we decided to quickly get into exploring with science and investment from the farming sector as to what is it and how can you do it and what are the implications. Would it mean we just mined our soil for a few years and then production systems fell off? And what are the different aspects that do work or don't work? So we have got long-term projects that we have currently invested in from the sectors, horticulture, our arable farmers, our pastoral farmers, orchard growers, etc., into what are the practices. And we have set up trials in many places around the country, and the government is also putting in some funds to help with this research. And it's not short-term research. A lot of these projects are 7 years long so that we can truly see the impacts. And we're looking at the ecosystems, the biodiversity, the soil structure, the carbon positive aspects that we can retain through some of the practices, and the economic impacts and the production impacts. Because to me, it really boils down to something that can be the 3 Ps, which is good for the planet, good for production, good for the pocket, and therefore good for the people. Because if we pursue things that don't end up with our farmers staying profitable or becoming more profitable in what they do, if they can reduce some of the chemical fertilisers and still get a good result, that's great. If they don't have to replace their pastures or change crops or do certain things more regularly, that's a cost saving. So there's all those aspects we're looking at, and as I say, we have many projects going on for all the different sectors, because then the science and evidence we can gather, we could create a hybrid of what it is, and I don't think anybody knows what regenerative farming actually is or should be, but it should be about the best result for all the 4 Ps I mentioned before. But once we get the science and evidence, we can integrate that into policy and into the thinking, and it will be different for different parts of our country, and it will be different for different parts of the world. But if the science is being done, and these are working farms it's being done on, this is not in the laboratory, this is farmers have grabbed the bull by the horns and have sought this investment and are doing it because we want to lead this race and get to the best place as fast as we can, because we do have growing populations and we do still need to be very productive in what we do and solve this problem of where we are perhaps degrading soils, degrading water, and we are in a biodiversity crisis, and we can help the planet as well. The planet, controversially, does have a lot of carbon dioxide, which means we should be able to green the planet even more. It's how we choose to do that, and the amount of food we need to feed the growing populations has to get to the right place at the right time, and often it doesn't. But if we can go down this pathway, meeting those 4 Ps, and there's probably the 4 Fs as well, which is good for fields, good for forests and ecosystems, good for food security, and good for farming families, then we're winning.
I love that, Katie. Thank you so much. The 4 Ps, the 4 Fs, what do you want to go forward with? And like a lot of consensus, right? The really strong link to science and research, right? The really strong link to delivering multiple benefits. Food security, productivity, profitability, all equally important. Ishmael, what are your perspectives on this question?
Thanks very much for inviting me to share a few thoughts on the subject. I'm fairly skeptical, as some of you might know that I'm almost always skeptical about things. Because the bottom line is it going to be regenerative to the farmer, not to nature only? I tend to think that the discussions are much more about how to regenerate nature. But we're also forgetting, in my view, regenerating the farmer in such ways, as Kate was saying, that they are their lives are significantly transformed. So an outcome measure has to be that. Is the farmer's welfare significantly transformed? That's the first point. The second point that my skepticism is based on is that we're talking of value chains here. You may call it what you want, regenerative, whatever. The point of the matter is that value chains have been known to deliver poverty to the farmer and opulence to the other value chain actors. That's a fact. That's their DNA. Unless if that DNA is altered, it can be regenerative or otherwise. As long as the DNA is still the same, that there are power imbalances along the different actors in the chain, it will never work. So let's go to the soul of the matter. Is the DNA still the same? And my bet is that it is still the same. There are still going to be very serious power imbalances between and along the value chains, particularly between the primary producers and at the other end. So let's make sure that we actually don't talk too much about the practices. It is also the issues of fairness and equity in the distribution of power and in the distribution of risk and return along the chain. I think that's so fundamental. The third point really is about who is actually championing the narrative. Farmers are known to be followers of the narrative and reactors to the narrative that has been generated by others. And really we're talking about power balances here. And I can bet that this narrative is coming mainly from the other end. That shall remain nameless for the purposes of this discussion. But it's not coming from farmers. And the question is whether farmers will need to generate our own narrative to which other actors needs to respond, rather than continuously responding and shooting from the hip on the narratives that are given from others. I think it's just a warning to us as farmers that let's also chart our own history instead of reacting to the history that is being developed by others. The final point perhaps is to do with whatever it is. If it is not going to talk about the custodians of the future, which is the younger generation, it is not going to work. But for it to work, it has to be profitable in a meaningful way. If you are going to sell them development, if you are going to sell them regenerative, you are not going to sell them a business opportunity, it is not going to work. Yeah. So let's also define our narrative in terms of what is it actually that we are selling. Are we selling regeneration? I don't think we should be selling regeneration. We should be selling opportunities for entrepreneurship that is anchored on a new generation of actors. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I'm going to thank our panelists now. Let's give them one last massive round of applause for sharing their very diverse and perspective views. And as always, you know, sitting here listening to them, there were some common themes that came out. There were some really important points that were made. There was a lot of different practices called out, right? And I think that's very important. We all know that not a single practice is going to get us where we need to go. We need to allow for a diversity of practices, of contextual learnings, but we need an opportunity or some sort of way to talk about those different practices and see how we can facilitate cross-learnings, right? Globally, internationally, regionally, at landscape level. There was a lot of mention about freshwater security, about soil health, some mentions about biodiversity. It seems we all recognize that the earth is being degraded, and we need to figure out ways to regenerate the earth, to improve soil health and functionality, to preserve our freshwater security, the quality of the water, the quantity of the water, but also to replenish. I think Katie mentioned the biodiversity crisis. But that also isn't enough, because if it's not serving our people, to Ishmael's point, if we're not fundamentally trying to shake up the power system that has been built over the last, century, then no matter what we do at the farm level, at the practice level, isn't going to solve global trade imbalances, isn't going to solve a long-term sustainable future, isn't going to enable a significant shift in the profitability, in the welfare, and the livelihoods of our farmers. So practices aren't enough. It's a starting off point, maybe, but it's definitely nowhere near enough. And how do we get there? We need education, training, capacity building, both at the farm level from a practice perspective, but to elevate the farmer's voice to advocate at the international, national policy perspective, right? It's not enough to kind of have these conversations, to Ishmael's point. To have the narrative bestowed upon the farmers need to create their own narrative and advocate for that narrative at the highest positions of power. And in my perspective, and I'm an environmental scientist, how do you do that? You need research and data to create the evidence so that the policymakers listen. And so this link back to science, to research, to build on the great work I think both Katie and Tashmina mentioned on, the practices that are being tested now, but how do you collect that in a scientifically robust way so that when you take it to the policymakers, there's no room for them to say no? So that link again to science and evidence. I want to talk about trade, but we're going to pause for that because we're sort of out of time. So I'm going to thank again our incredible panelists. That's a really great frame for our first discussion if you guys want to take your seats. And guys, now we're going to put you to work. Okay. Dialogues. Yeah, let's talk. It's great. All right, this is our first of 3 dialogues, and after this first dialogue, you will get a break. I promise. It'll be great. Now, we're going to move to our table conversations. Now, this is your opportunity to speak to us, to express your views, to share your experience. You are on full tables. We want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak, so be equitable in your dialogue, equitable in your approach. And we want to practice what we call active listening. Well, this is something that I'm not very good at, to be honest. But active listening is when we listen to each other to understand. Normally when we listen to respond. You're sort of crafting, like, what am I going to say next? That's not what we're doing today. We're here to listen to understand. And because when we listen to understand, that's when we usually learn something new. We're going to explore 3 different questions. You're going to get about 30 minutes for each question. And here is our first question. What do regenerative systems feel like? This is a bit of a feely question. I'm not like a feely person. I always get uncomfortable when we talk about feelings. But we want to hear from you. What would you see in the system that tells you that they are indeed regenerative? What does it smell like? What does it look like? What does it taste like? What does it feel like? What would be your vision about how that specific regenerative food systems functions, and how does it thrive? Now, over the next 30 minutes, this is how we suggest you use your time. Firstly, and most importantly, introduce yourself. Be quick, give your name, give your affiliation, give your country, but make sure you all know who's sitting at the table. Then take 15 to 20 minutes, and I will help with timekeeping, to share your answer to this question, okay? Once everyone has had an opportunity to share, we want to see if we can build consensus. So take about 5 minutes to agree 3 key points that capture what has come up in your conversation. You're going to write each idea on one Post-it. One idea, one Post-it. And the invitation is to really find what unites you as a group. Is it possible to find something that unites you as a group? Give those 3 notes, those 3 Post-its to your table facilitators, and this will ensure that we capture the common ground that's been found. Now, if you're having your discussions and you can't come to consensus, that's okay. If you really can't come to consensus, we want you to write one Post-it note, one thought, one Post-it about your insight, your non-consensus-based insight, and we're going to capture that as well. What we're going to do at the end of the 30 minutes, the note takers will take those Post-its. You guys are going to get a break. We're going to do some on-the-ground live analysis, and when you come back from your break, we're going to feed back to you what we've learned from our tables today. Okay? Are the instructions clear? Thumbs up if that makes sense. Awesome. I'm going to hand over to you now, and again, the question today, what do regenerative food systems feel like? You have 30 minutes, about 10:30, we'll close. Go ahead and get started. it. But if you want to look at the clustering that we've done, we have question 1 on what is the vision, question 2A on what is holding me back, and question 2B on what is holding us back, already clustered. So I'm going to give you about 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to make a new friend, someone you're not sitting next to, and during that time, I want you to reflect together on 2 things. Firstly, what, if anything, has inspired you today? Are you feeling up? Are you feeling down? Secondly, what have you learned? What is something new that you've learned today? Sari and Lorenzo, if we can do a different table for the last bit of clustering, that would be great. So I want you to make a new friend, reflect what's inspired you, what have you learned, and as you're discussing, have a wander to this brightly colored table over here, and just have a look at some of the clustering that we've come up with. Now, I'm going to bring you back at 12:45. It's in just about 15 minutes, and we're going to do a readout to you so you understand what the room said about what's holding me back, about what's holding us back, about the benefits and about the challenges, and then we'll wrap up and we'll get you guys some lunch, okay? So 15 minutes, make a new friend, have a bit of a wander, and then we'll call you back at 12:45. All right. Folks, shh. Let's bring it back now. If you could have a seat. All right. Is everyone here? Thank you, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:45. We will have lunch at 1 o'clock. A little bit of administrative announcement. When we close today, lunch is going to be held directly next door, and you have a second session that starts at 2. You have a nice hour break for lunch. I want to thank you for your time, for your effort, for your discussion, for your dialogue, for working with us as we go through this process. I hope that you've learned a little bit about the Regen10 platform, what we're trying to build, this global movement driven by the farmers to transition our world into something that works for people, that works for planet. Oh, sorry, let the Francophone table catch up. Now, we've taken you through a journey today. I don't know how you feel. I'm feeling rather inspired, where we co-created together with 150 people in a room a vision of what regenerative food systems might be like, that was farmer-centric, that was farmer-driven, that delivered social outcomes like equity, diversity, inclusion, that delivered environmental outcomes such as soil health, soil functionality, freshwater security, biodiversity, but leveraged the best of innovation, of research and development, of evidence. And that got to the how we could do this, by understanding a process that started with a shared understanding, a definition around regenerative agriculture, that moved us towards understanding the farmer's role, the trader's role, the processor's role, the retailer's role, the consumer's role, the political, the policy role that's required, right? We got to that vision. And then we talked a little bit about what's preventing that, what's holding us back. And so I want to share with you now the results of our discussion. Now, I found this really interesting. This is a very personal moment, right? To ask each one of you to share the one thing that's holding you back on embracing this vision of regenerative agricultural systems. And I want to run through these now on screen. And we tried to sort of order these a little bit by number. We didn't have as much time, so we'll do further analysis. But number one, a lack of collaborative approach and a lack of business motive. And that makes sense, right? If we have tiny pockets of farmers all doing things in their own locales, how do we build that collaborative vision? And I hope today was really a first step towards that. A lack of shared vision came out quite strongly as well, right? And I'm curious, if we go around the room today, if you think we have more of a shared vision than we did when we started, or not. There was really a good amount of honest reflection with people saying what's holding me back personally is my own capacity, my own knowledge, my own money. I don't have the funds to pay for this transition right now. I can't access the finance that I need. And linked to that was a little bit about fear. We actually had a standalone one, fear. I'm afraid to make the change. I'm too old to make the change. I'm afraid that the change is going to leave me worse off than better off. And linked to that is something about market expectations. Linked to that is something about, I don't know if I believe that this change will work. I don't know if I believe this change will happen. I don't know if I believe this change will leave me, my family, my intergenerational family better off today than it was before. And that's really interesting. There's a lot of fear in this room. There's a lot of uncertainty about what the future holds. Linked to that, but distinct, there was a lot around the risks of climate change, the being unsure as to what the environment the environment's role is going to have on your ability to produce, right? And not knowing how to respond to that climatic risk. And there was a great group, I'm going to call them the rebel group. There was a group of folks that were like, we're already doing this, goddammit. And saying how we pose the question, and this is fair, we presuppose that there's something holding you back, and that's wrong. We shouldn't assume there's anything holding you back, because for some of you in the room, you are already doing that. And that's a great lesson for us to walk away with, right? Okay? Now, the next was about what's holding us back in embracing this vision, what's holding us as a community back. This was like a little bit more, I guess, what I'd expect, right? I wasn't expecting the fear thing to come up. I was surprised by that. What's holding us back? A lack of information. We don't have enough information to really understand what practices we should be implementing and what scales. Competition is holding us back, competition on global markets. And linked to that, and I put the competition linked to the enabling policy environments, for me it's about trade, right? So there's a lack of enabling policy environment subnationally, nationally, internationally. Again, and we know this, access to finance. Linked to that, a lack of positive incentive. That could be subsidy incentive. It could be market-based incentives. Are consumers going to pay for these products? You know, that's all linked together. But one of the challenges is then about market concentration. There's a relatively small, powerful few at the top that are driving this demand through the value chain. And how do you break that up? Where's Ishmael? Power. Redressing the balance of power, right? Access to resources, and this isn't just about access to finance, but it's linked to access to knowledge building, capacity building, how to better understand what's going on. As you see right below that, education, capacity. And again, a lack of this collaborative approach, a lack of this farmer-centric policy, this farmer-centric vision, this farmer-centric drive through the value chain. So those are some of the challenges that surface in terms of what's holding us collectively back from this vision of a regenerative food system. Okay? Now, in conclusion, that was discussion 2, what's holding me back, what's holding us back. The last discussion we had was about, okay, our hypothesis, our Regen10 hypothesis, is that some global outcomes-based framework will help to address some of these challenges, right? It will get us to a shared vision. It'll get us to a collaborative approach. It'll give us to a farmer-centric driven push through the value chain. But we wanted to ask you, what do you think are the benefits of such a framework? What do you see are the challenges to such a framework? And so here we go, challenges, and you'll start to see some themes here. Can we build a framework that is truly inclusive of farmers, that truly enables your engagement? And in doing so, can we build a framework that ensures you, the farmers, have access to power? Can we flip that power balance? So it's not the big corporates demanding of you, but it's the farmer's voice saying, this is what we can provide. Some of the other challenges, again, lack of capacity and information, and that's linked in terms of you don't yet have identified metrics and potentially data. You might be doing the things, but are you collecting data on biodiversity, freshwater security, soil carbon functionality, and health in the same way that everybody else is so that we can aggregate it together? Not yet. Some of the challenges, again, not having the shared vision or belief, and again, market and competition, but importantly, one of the challenges about what's driving the consumer. Who's telling the consumers what to buy? Is it you? Probably not. And can this framework address that challenge? Some of the challenges were around land tenure, and again, some of the challenges around lack of support, but for me, the primary takeaway, the challenges of this outcomes-based framework are really ensuring that we find a mechanism to elevate the farmer's voice, to start to try to shift the power balance by giving the farmers the power to leverage the data that sits with you on your farms into these international policy and access to finance discussions? You can talk to me afterwards if you disagree with that. I want to know. And then finally, what are the benefits? I'm like incredibly grateful that you do think there's benefits. But what are the benefits? Social recognition, which is like an interesting one, right? That you as a group can kind of come together and say, we're doing this together, and what would society recognize in that? It's hugely exciting, right? The farmers are doing this. Positive environmental outcomes. You have the power to improve the environment. How powerful is that? And by this globally recognized framework, you'll have a mechanism to prove with evidence, with data, how your practices are delivering those environmental improvements. It will enable a shared and common vision so that we are all working in lockstep together. In my head, it's like, everyone needs to take steps across the value chain, but it's easier to take those steps together collaboratively than it is to walk in opposite directions. And through that common vision, you'll have an ability to communicate with unity. And this does not mean that everybody needs to say the same thing all the time, no. But it means that we have a global movement of farmers all advocating for a system that delivers environmental, people-positive, and nature-positive outcomes. And when you have that global movement, when you speak with one voice, that's when governments, when politicians have to listen, right? So those are my takeaways from today. We have a shared vision, or maybe the first steps toward the shared vision. You know what's maybe you need to do internally, what's the internal work to shift your mind, what's the external work we need to do together. And if you believe in us, that this opportunity to co-create a unified, global, outcomes-based framework is the pathway forward, I again encourage you to join us, join the Regen10 platform, and work with us over the next 12 to 24 months as we try to build this thing and give you an ability to test it firsthand in your farms. That's all I have for you today. I hope that this was a useful, informative, fun experience. As we began, I'm going to ask Ariana, your fearless leader, to join us and to close us out. And again, I'll remind us that when we're done, lunch is just next door. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's nothing left to say but two things. The first thing I would like to say is thank you. Thank you for an amazing morning. That's the best way to start a WFO annual meeting. It's your thoughts, your energy, and this sharing together, this feeling like we are all together as a community in this room. So thank you very much from our side. And the second thing I want to say is a big thank you to the WFO team in the room that has been facilitated. You were amazing. To all the note takers, the facilitators from WFO, from the team. And I think that Morgan deserves a huge round of applause for having been an amazing facilitator to all of us. Really appreciate. And now lunch is ready. Thank you.